And we are live. Welcome, folks. How you doing tonight? We're a bit late, but we made it. That's what matters. So, hi, y'all. Hi, Liz, Sora, Skeleton. Welcome. First time to Nyalupila. I don't know how to pronounce that, but let me know if I did that right. How you doing, Stray? Nuka, welcome as well. Arky, Pacific, always good to see you. Skeleton, C-Pop, Mectal, hi y'all. Twitch is not letting you chat? Well, you're here now, that's what matters. Here's to you. So yeah, today, we're digging back into Old Reliable, which is archaeological horror. Oh, and that said, I forgot to put up the announcement posts. I wrote them down and everything, then I got distracted right before going live. So let me just hit post on Blue Sky, Tumblr, there we go. There it is. Alright. That's done. I would have hit myself in the head if I saw those after the stream, like all written and not posted. Hey Nova, Hammy, Julita. To show the stream title. Yes, this one's gonna be about a big hole. Chat, who likes holes? It's gonna be a big pit. Just the word hole is a lot funnier. So, let me give you... Don't clip that. Don't.
Clip that.
Hey Pyro. Meat pits. There might not be meat in the pit, unfortunately. You'll see what the pit is about. We're probably not even gonna get to the pit this stream. There's gonna be a lot of images. So this is a story, goes into archaeological horror, that I suggested and collaborated on with an actual renowned archaeologist who works in the ancient Middle East. Just incredible stuff that he actually gets to see in his work every time he goes there. Mostly modern day Iraq, right? But goes into a few different places. But yeah, I just emailed this archaeologist because he has a YouTube channel. I really love seeing him work on YouTube because just him on the field telling you things about archaeology, which is incredible. And I was just like, he's probably not going to reply. And not at all. Annie, thank you for the gifted sub. Stray, enjoy. So, let me shout out my boy. Hold on. Let me show you this channel. So it's a fairly small channel called Artifactually Speaking. There should pop up here. I'll drop a link in the chat. His name is Brand Hafford, and he does some really cool archaeology stuff. Here's a link in the chat. The kind of videos he does are he'll be on the fields and he will just tell you about things. And that's kind of incredible. He's just on the field in the ancient. Which one is that? I don't remember if this one's in But yeah, he's just there in the excavation, telling you about, hey, we found this cool ancient tablet full of curses. Let's talk to a guy who's gonna decipher them, and. That's just incredible. You don't get this on YouTube. You get people talking about archaeology. There's a lot of them. You don't often get actual people in the field doing this sort of thing. So this was one of those incredible finds in YouTube channels. I don't miss a single video of this guy, and you guys shouldn't either if you like this kind of stuff because it's so good. Gosh, I like snakes. Welcome. Stream time.
Oh, I know in because of Milo Rossi.
Yes, that's how I discovered his channel. He once reacted to one of Milo Rose's videos, um, giving a lot more context, and they had like a little back and forth, and they ended up collaborating. And that's how I found Brad's channel. And I'm sorry for Milo. I do like his channel. I like when he messes with pseudo archaeology people. This is literally one of my favorite channels. Like, plays it online, so he's got him beat, in my opinion. Beautiful notification. Thank you. Is your name supposed to be Red Bloodbark? It is, or is it just complete coincidence? Oh, we got Hype Train. I didn't even notice. Yeah, that's true. It's like vaguely familiar. Yeah, honestly, this channel is a gem, actual gem. I like that. You know, it's not like the highest production channel. It doesn't have to be. He has like something a lot more valuable than any YouTuber's high production. He has like incredible amounts of expertise and access to like just archaeological find, and he'll do like he'll try to cook like ancient recipes and do fun things like that. But yeah, this is like, here's a video on a little bit of beard, and it's painted blue, and it talks about the pigments and the beards of statues. Oh yeah, these last ones are from Nimrud, which is another like I think a Syrian city. So yeah, he has like a whole, like every time he does an excavation, he'll do a lot of videos and just post them over the following few months. So yeah. So it is Bloodbark. Hell yeah. Is he from Blue Sky? Oh yeah, I do recognize it. Have you ever watched Max Mirror Taste in History? Really fun channel as well. And see, there's a lot of good like history, archaeology, like channels who talk about like history and archaeology. But it's always like kind of from the outside in. Like it's talking about the work that all the archaeologists have done. You don't often get to see like this guy pulling a tiny bit of gold and telling you about what that might represent. It's really cool. Yeah, I highly recommend just like digging through this channel. Lots of cool stuff. Anyway, I reached out to Brad and just cold email like, hey, what's up? I'm an artist. I would love to do archaeological horror and do something based on like ancient Middle East, something you're an expert in, which you could like help me develop. Completely, I do this sometimes. Like I'll just like I admire someone's work. I'll just cold email them, and more often than not, it kind of works out into something, or at least you'll have a nice chat. And yeah, and he did reply, and he was very stoked about it. This was a few months ago. After that, like life got in the way, so I haven't been able to work on this for a bit. Actually, I haven't told him even I'm streaming today because I do want to surprise him with the first image. So. Together, we wrote a little outline of the story, which I'm not going to spoil the whole thing because I think there's going to be a lot of work done in this little series over the next few like weeks, maybe months, because there's going to be a lot of images. But so yeah, I think we'll let the story develop as it goes. But I'll tell you the basic gist of it. It takes place from the perspective of modern archaeologists, so it's current, that go to this, just something that feels like a random mound in northeastern Iraq. And as they start digging, and they're doing like perspective digging for a dam, right? They're planning to build a dam, so they need to do like digging into like different like suspicious places just to see that they're not like destroying any like very valuable archaeological sites. And they stumble across the remains of a just ancient city that is not documented anywhere. And this mound on top of the city is like a huge temple. As they start digging, they realize it is like completely different from any other Assyrian temple, and we're talking about like Assyrian era. Very different from Assyrian temples of the time, and it seems to be worshipping a god that is completely different and not even humanoid. Even. So that's the kind of the mystery we're starting with. But the first thing these archaeologists find is a statue of this ancient god that has been carved, like the lower bit has been carved out with a message. And this is called the Kudurru. This is an ancient like royal proclamation that contains some kind of like decree by a king, followed by a list of curses that will befall you if you break this. And the message on this tablet is, or not tablet, right? It's a big stone thing. The message on the stone is, do not dig in here. Like, do not ever mention this place. Do not remember it. Completely erase any mention of this place or this god existing. That's the start. That's how we're entering this story. The story is going to be presented through a series of artifacts. It's kind of like you're walking through a museum after all of this has happened, right? You're walking through a museum with all the pieces that have been recovered from the sites in order of depth, like as they've been recovering them. And that the pieces themselves are going to tell the story, right? We're going to have that with bits of writing of the just what the archaeologists found, a bit of the context of each of these finds, and those are going to be like that's going to be like the storytelling method or medium. You're combining instant noodles and rotisserie chicken. That sounds yummy, honestly. I must ask Val, do you have any plans to play in Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream? Not really. I've enjoyed seeing people make little characters for it. Is it out yet, or are people just playing a demo, right? If you're ever researching or curious about something, emailing an expert is more often than not will result in the expert rambling at length because it's their favorite topic. Yes. Yeah, Brad and I had a wonderful call, and this was a few months ago again. But yeah, he's you see him in the videos. Please do watch these videos. I have them in the background just to remind people that you should watch this channel. It's great. Brad comes off as like a really, really kind guy and a really fun guy. He is. He's just like that in real life. So yeah, it's a wonderful experience to say like, hey, I'm an artist. I like archaeology. I like history. I know about the Assyrians, about this period of ancient history. I don't know much about it, but you're an expert. Maybe you can help me like get there without having to do years of research. And yeah, he was really happy to do so. And he surprised me because I didn't know this by watching his channel, but he actually writes his own stuff, and he's written like science fiction shorts. He's written like actually an unpublished horror story from the point of view of an archaeologist, which I think was never published, but yeah, it kind of shows like he was completely down for this. Yeah, Liz, exactly. This is not a place of honor. Sort of like a nuclear warning thing, but the ancient version of it. And then Kudurrus are actually something that you'll find. Like Kudurrus are, probably mispronounce it that. It's written, gonna write it in chat. Written like this. Those are the, actually, I was just mentioning Ancient Kudurru. This is one of them, right? There's a stone tablet. It's usually not clay, so it's stone. It's a lot harder to carve. Only used for royal proclamations. And it's supposed to be like an order or treaty or something like, this land is going to this family and this is forever, and if you break this, your entire family will die of this curse. And like a good chunk of the message is just the curses that will happen to you if you fail to heed their orders, which is so funny. Abandon all hope, you enter. Yes. I do love me some archaeological horror as well. Also, welcome, Lore Addict, and thank you for the follow. I missed it. I was yapping so much. Also, God, I did miss another follow. Jackus Tackus. Thank you for the follow as well. So yeah, we got the basic story. Whoop, that's my desktop. There we go. We got the basic story. We got the context of how I've been writing and developing it. Hey Pix, welcome. Now let's get to the actual idea. I have it sketched out here. Because I've been trying to think of like an interesting... Okay, so the name of the title, the title of the stream is something about a pit, right? Don't go, you're going to the pit, whatever. That is because I'm going to spoil a little bit ahead in the story. When they do get to the main courtyard of the temple, they don't find a statue. Usually in Assyrian temples and just Mesopotamian temples from the era, there would be a votive statue. This is a statue that is physically supposed to represent the god. They would clothe it, they would feed it in rituals and stuff. This temple has no votive statue. Instead, it has a hole. And the story is going to keep going as they dig into the hole. No spoilers there, though. We'll see what pops up in that hole. Anyway, the god has no statue. It has a hole, which means it has a hole. It is a hole in the ground, right? I wanted to find an interesting, interesting design that could still be represented in statues as a slightly more humanoid version of it, but that still was represented by a hole. So here's what I did in my sketchbook. Let's see if it... Whoop. Oh, God. It's a little... There we go. So, started with a human figure. I started twisting it, and eventually getting into this, like, sort of twisted, sort of spiraling in shape. It's like a human body spiraling into the shape of a hole. And we can go even more abstract than this, but I think that's going to be the base form of our god, and sometimes it could just be a hole. But also other statues, we're going to find statues to other gods that have been pillaged from other places. Their faces are carved out like this, which is meant to represent that they stopped worshipping all the other gods. They only focused on this one, and they physically like defaced and destroyed all the other votive statues that they found. Do you love lore yapping? The cat cam is very important, yes. It's the most important part of this stream. He's sleeping, though. This lore is already so dope, thank you. Homunculus. So, the idea I want to do for today is that very first part, the intro to the story here, which is going to be that Kuduro. And what I wanted to do is, usually Kuduro is just this stone tablets, right? Sometimes the top part of a Kuduro is carved with different designs. But in this case, as a sort of exception to the usual style of Kuduros, I wanted it to be carved on top of a pre-existing statue. Like they wanted to do this royal proclamation. They didn't have any good stone in hand, and they wanted to do this quickly. So they took an existing statue, they flattened out the front of it, or the lower bit of it, and they wrote, or carved. There's obviously cuneiform. They carved the message on the statue directly. So it would look something like, God, focus. There we go. It would look something like this, perhaps. It's just another quick sketch. Don't look at the hands, they're not good. But we got the top of the god. We can't really see the spiraling in thing, but we can see the hole in it. Maybe it goes all the way to the other side. Maybe it stops partway through, and has some like black pigment to represent the hole. Yeah, we can imagine it was a larger statue with more designs. They just took out most of it, and they wrote the message just down here. So, it's kind of a cheaty way of doing it, because usually Kudurus were not like that. But it's going to be the intro to our story, so I did want to have like this like intriguing figure, this strange emaciated thing spiraling in somewhere in that first design, because that's going to be the sort of first impression people are going to have. Hey Liam, Catcam, yes. Hey C4. You run the Mystery Flashbit RPG? Oh, was it good? Did you enjoy it? Yeah, there was an official Mystery Flashbit RPG. They funded on Kickstarter a few years ago. Showing hole on stream. Actually, I was gonna put my sketchbook away, but no, probably shouldn't. There it is. I'll have this here on the side so I can refer back to it. A thunderstorm? Damn. Hope your internet gets better. Okay, so we got the basic concepts. What we need is to look for images of actual Assyrian era. Don't have to be exactly from that era, but roughly around that era. Votive statues and just like stone statues and Kudurus, so we can like mix them together, get the cool design on top. And why did I'm stupid. I have a scan of the image itself. Not a scan, it's just a phone picture, but I could have just done this instead of pointing it at the camera. I'm silly. Anyway, we're gonna jump into Photoshop. Let's do that, shall we? We're gonna start with a vertical image, and it's gonna be our setup. I think the background's mostly gonna be dark. We're gonna go for like very, museum type, kind of clean photos. And we're gonna call this Kudur. But for now, we got nothing to put on this. So let me drop the sketch on here. Just so we have it here for reference as well. That's the other page. You can probably see it clear here. Got the human figure slowly twisting itself into something like this. It doesn't have to be exactly like this, but that's kind of, it's going to be my guiding principle. This was my first attempt, so this is a bit more abstract, but something like spiraling into a hole could also be represented by something like this and some carvings. I don't know how many carvings we're going to do of the god itself, because I think it's better left mysterious. But this is at least going to be a couple representations. One of them is definitely going to be like a simpler one, where it's just a hole with tar or bitumen. Like if you're doing a bas-relief, right, like a low carving, you're not carving a deep hole into the stone or the clay or whatever. you'd probably just do a small circular hole, fill it with bitumen. Also, bitumen is going to be really important to the story later on, so we do want to like we do want to preface. We do want to show that early. Anyway, okay, we got this. I think let's pop into the browser. And let's go to the museum, folks. Why don't we go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York? All right. So Metropolitan Museum of Art, most of its collection, the pictures they take are in the public domain. It has a really good search function. As you can see here, you can filter by material, geographic location, dates, etc. Also, yeah, you can do filter this so you make sure you filter out the ones that don't have a public domain, which is a minority of them, but still. This search function is incredible. We do love the Met Museum of Art here. Have a tornado watch? Stay safe, Mektal. The less serious one? Well, still scary. That would still be very scary to me. Play one shot run by Ganza Gaming. Trevor Robert was one of the players. Oh, that's fun. I had no idea it was him until the end. Yeah, tornado warning last night. Damn. Scary areas to live in. Okay, so object type, we're gonna filter by stone. Geographic location, can we do Mesopotamia? No. Is it gonna be modern countries? Okay, then Iraq. Or maybe Syria. Where are we? Hold on. We did have a specific geographic location. Let me look it up on my documents.
Hol.
Oh. Yeah, no, it's gonna be in Iraq. It's gonna be in Iraq. It's gonna be Zagros Mountains, northern Iraq. That's gonna be the area where we're setting this. So it's like Kurdish region of Iraq in modern days. Also, isn't it okay? Just sometimes you don't think about these things, but if you think the name of Iraq is just Uruk, and the name of Syria is just Assyria, like it's still the same name. It's incredible. Anyway, so we are setting this in Iraq. Yeah, we can also like broaden this if we don't find anything. Anything that we want. And let's filter by time. It's giving me like specific dates. I thought it used to have one for like eras, which was a little bit easier to work with, but now it has one for dates. I guess they changed that. Okay, so it's around our story is going to take place around the 700s BCE. Not the story, but you know, the temple itself was built in the around 700 BCE. So the date, we're gonna go. Is it with minus? Yes, negative number. Minus. Something pretty broad like this. Okay. Ship hole, I'm in. Bean is washing up right now. Come over, little guy. Kiss. Thank you. Okay, let's see. We got some bas relief. We got some cylinder seals. Is that stone though? Because we have filtered by stone. Okay, yeah. Got cuneiform on stone, which I think always looks cool. Okay, we seem to have mostly bas relief. Okay. Building dedicatory inscription. The thing about this, I don't care much about the specific inscription on the stone right now. We're just going to make it look okay without caring too much about the cuneiform on it. We'll probably just get an actual Kudurer. But if I can get Brad to help out with an actual translation, and it's going to be really painstaking work, but I would recreate the cuneiform to make it say literally what we're saying, which would be just... But yeah, we're going to need a lot of help for that. I don't know if... I don't think Brad like officially translates cuneiform, at least in his videos. He goes out to... specific Assyriologists who are experts on this to help him translate it. So we're probably going to have to get in touch with a third person for this, but I would really like it to literally say what we want it to say. Because I think that would just be awesome. And there's going to be several passages in cuneiform, so we'll see if that's possible. If we can get someone to help out with that.
Still not sure what we're doing besides the fact that there is a big pit.
There's indeed a big pit. Gonna make ancient forbidden god. That's the short of it. Hedgehog amulet. Oh, look at this thing. It's so cute. Also the rat's weight. Is it a rat? Not sure, but to me it's a rat. Okay, we got a lot of stamp seals, cylinder seals. Ooh, standing woman. Oh, this one is... What kind of stone is that? It doesn't look like the most carvable stone, does it? It's not like a granite or something. It's kind of porous, but... God, it's cool. Right? We're definitely saving this one, even if it's not gonna be... For this specific one, we're going to have some defaced statues. So these could be some of the defaced worship statues. Yeah, these two are good. Oh, look at this one. Wait, this is Parthian. Parthian is further up north, right? Well, it's just generally Mesopotamia. Oh yeah, it's like this is completely not from the era I'm searching for, though. It's a cool statue. It absolutely is. Oh, because I said 600 CE. Well, I definitely broadened up that search a bit too much. Okay. Minus 600? Is it? It's not updating. Low? Okay. Okay, now it's 600 BC. I should double check these things. I was like, that's clearly too modern for ancient Mesopotamia. Bean is going at it. Bean. Okay. Okay. Having a good shower? Oh, continuing bath time. Okay. We're still looking. Lots of seals. Oh, that would be probably a Kudur. It says in the inscription of Ashurnasirpal, which is a really well known Assyrian king. Oh, this is from Nimrud. So this is literally where Brad has been digging. It doesn't have a translation though. I guess this book probably has a translation of it somewhere. It'd be nice to have a translation on the page itself though. You don't have to look for it.
I love looking at old carving like this, especially of animals. People have been making animals look derpy as hell for thousands of years.
Exactly. Here's rat weights. Oh, look at this. Isn't that incredible? What is it made? Well, I guess it's made of stone, right? Limestone. With lapis lazuli in the... Yeah, that was probably in the chair of a king or something. Oh, a handle or hilt. Might have held the blade of a sword and dagger, or another object such as military standards. Many Assyrian sculptures depict swords whose hilts bear a striking resemblance to this object, with round pommel and roaring lion heads. Here 2 half heads, where the blade would have been inserted. Interesting. So it might have been a sword pommel. That is incredible. The only thing older than Val has been. You guys don't know Ashurnanipal II? You need to read up. You need to read up on ancient Assyria. It's actually like wildly interesting. It's not something they really teach at schools. And they were just brutal civilizations, but also just so advanced. It's really cool. I recommend actually... let me recommend... more podcasts, more videos. This is called Fall of Civilizations. Yes. This channel right here. Really long videos on specific civilizations. Just incredible stuff. If you like to learn more about like ancient Mesopotamia, they got the Sumerians. Right, and you'll see 2 versions of each video. There's one version that's just the audio. They do that first, and later on they do a video version with a lot of like background footage. You can pretty much listen to it. You can have this on the background as well. But yeah, the Sumerians and then the Assyrians. Just follow this with the other, because it's like the two like bigger civilizations that follow each other in that area. And the Assyrians were brutal and warlike. They were not like they weren't nice, at least in their conquests. But yes, if you listen to this one,
Hey Val, have you met my good friend the Nasir?
my favorite copper merchant. Yeah, if you listen to this one, you'll learn about Ashurnanipal. You'll learn about all of his conquests and his proclamations that he put everywhere. Here's a deer. Why does it have human hands? I know it kind of feels like it though. I like this one though. It's a pretty cool carving. I like how it's weathered as well. How it has like a smooth exterior and it's just been worn away by the years. Bull's head? I guess it's the partial. Oh no, it's the actual bull's head. I guess this side is just a bit more weathered. You can see it better here, I think. It's missing the horns, obviously. Hedgehog. You've watched several documentaries about ancient Rome. Assyria is Val's Roman Empire. I do like Assyria a lot. I love learning about ancient civilizations. I think it's just... It's just wild to see how, despite thousands of years of history, we're kind of still the same. What was the name of that channel? Fall of Civilizations. That's the one. I'll put this in. Well, it's a search with the Sumer video. You'll have the Sumer video on top. You'll have the Assyrian video below. It has, like, this channel has a lot of wonderful stuff. Persia I still haven't listened to. The Egypt one is cool. The Mongols one, 6 hours long. By the way, these videos are long, but you'll get so much history. Yeah, the Mongols is really wonderful. Also, the good thing about this channel is that it's history, but it's presented in a really good narrative. Like, the through line is really good, and you know, you'll get the more serious history bits, but it's always like it'll intersperse that with like a little anecdotes about this. I don't know. I remember one specific one about a woman that just went out into the streets and started like screaming out a prophecy about the king falling, right? And it just intersperses that, like, in the middle of the narrative, and later on calls back to that when the king actually falls, and it's like, oh, that's so good. Very well made. Yeah, you got, like, so many cool empires, and I think that the interesting ones are getting the ones that you haven't ever heard about. Songhai Empire is really cool, for example, or Khmer. Yeah, all of these are great. Great channel. If you like history, you'll really dig it. Fast food is more than 2,000 years old. Absolutely is. The Romans loved fast food. You need to draw that little hedgehog? Yes. Yeah, the videos are long. They are worth the time, though. You can listen to it like throughout a week or something. I remember the Mongol history one was the 6 hour 40 minutes or something one. That took a while to get through. Seal with monsters?
Goddamn, I want to play the video game Civilization again.
I really like this guy. So this is from Nimrud. And it's not a specific god, it's just like a figure that repeats. Maybe I should just filter by statue. This prince one, it's kind of on a stone block. So I guess it could have been used for the Kuduro as well. Cute potato. Your banana. His name is Bean. Yeah, not that many statues. I guess stone isn't that common. Like they would either do bas-reliefs in stone, or the more complex stuff would usually be on clay. But for Kuduro, it is pretty much, I think, always going to be in stone, because it's a more durable material, right? If you want this King's Proclamation that lasts forever, they would do it in stone, right? Makes sense. But yeah, we mostly just get bas-reliefs. I'm gonna look for Kuduro. Is that how you write it? Oh, that's how you wrote it. Oh, maybe if I remove the stone. Okay. Let me remove the filters. Just look for Kuduro. See, this one's a bit older. That one's really cool. Oh, known as Kuduros or Narrows, the distinctive group of Babylonian stone monuments were once thought to be boundary markers placed in fields. They're more likely to be placed in temples, where their contents are preserved and sanctified. They're usually made of polished black limestone. That's what I'm looking for stone, right? It's just Kuduros usually have a specific look to them. Let's just look for some on Google, just so you get or on DuckDuckGo. So they have a really striking look, right? Kuduros usually black. They're usually polished. They have some carving sometimes. Not always, but you know. Instead of a plaque, it's usually something. I guess this one is not made of black stone, but instead of a square thing like this one, it's usually a bit more like, has a bit more of a natural shape. Like they're probably just following the natural shape of the stone or something. Oh, that one's cool as hell. Do you think the Louvre has open access images? Oh, that is dope. It's owned by the French state. I wonder, I have no clue what the copyright state for like these sorts of pictures will be in France. So I'm not gonna risk it, but that is a dope image. Like I love how it's just kind of carved on natural stone, or it's just weathered in a really interesting way. Okay, oh, what if I search by Creative Commons here in public domain? Public domain is going to give me the Met again. I like this guy. Who's that Dougie? Okay. Flickr has a couple. Let's look through Wikimedia. Because I guess we can at least use the lower half of a real Kuduro with whatever carving it happens to have, and just focus on the top half. Okay, so there's a lot of images of Kuduros in Wikimedia. Oh, that's a cool one. I like how vague it is. It's probably just weathered, right? But it's really cool. Yeah, I like those. Guy and his dog, another cultural through line to the modern day. Yes. Okay, so we got a couple options here on Wikimedia. This one's a drawing. See, these pictures are not the best, but it could be a base to work from. Maybe this one's a little better. Let's see how big it is. Oh, 5,000 pixels is not bad. It's actually a little blurry. Could be part of what we use. That one's good. The big, it's decent. Some have more text, some have a lot less. That one might be good. Need to be a little higher quality than that. You know what I haven't looked through is Picroll. I haven't done Picroll in a while, have we? Picroll is just a general public domain search thing. It's a little clunky to use, but it's good because it combines like searching in a bunch of different places. So if I look for Kuduro here, I'm going to get the things we got on the Met. I'm going to get the things we got on Wikimedia as well. But I'm also going to get a few other sites. So I might be able to find one that is taken hopefully without the glare of glass. Like we can see here, there's like reflections on the glass. That's definitely something we can minimize, but if we get one without glare, I'm not going to complain. Oh, that's a duck. Cute. That might be the one we got on Wikimedia, actually. Yeah, that's exactly it. Oh, word in Spanish. That's a good archaeological word. I think most of the words are like ancient Mesopotamia, like cuneiform is just cuneiform, yeah? So not that interesting. Let's just do hole. Hole is a different word. Hole in Spanish is agujero. I'll give you even better. Hole in Asturiano, which is the language here in Asturias, is furaku, which I think is just such a great word. And that one's probably from Wikimedia as well. Yeah, I think the best ones are on Wikimedia, actually. After having sort of exhausted our search, honestly, I thought we'd find a lot more. I guess there are not that many, like, very well preserved Kuduros. You know, they were not probably a super common thing, thinking about it. This one, let's try to find like the literal like highest definition one to start with. This one's just sort of glowy and behind the glass, which I think most of them are, so I'm just gonna have to work with little bit of that. It's just fine. This one has good lettering on the bottom. And it's decently big. It seems to have been taken by the same person, honestly. Oh no, that's kind of out of focus. Updates on Marzipan? Tell us. Can I ask Brad? I might ask Brad for Kuduro photos. He's already done so much for me, though. I think this one might just be the best. It's not the biggest image, but it's just kind of perfect. Doesn't have glare. The text feels pretty clear. And I might be able to work with it. Let's kind of start with this. It's going to be about this big. Gonna hit a select subject here real quick. Get rid of the background. Even got rid of the base. I didn't think it would. Let's get our sketches on top. This is the actual sketch we're going to be following. You know, the text was placed haphazardly. Just wanted to get a vibe really quick. But that's sort of the idea, right? And I think we can definitely use that. Use this stone as a base for that. I think the important thing, though, is to make sure it feels like the top, kind of like this, but with the top. So it feels like the whole bottom bit was carved out of the top. Like there was a bigger statue. They flattened that whole thing down, and then they did the inscription. Say what again, Sora? The word in Asturiano, furaku. Con F. The fish still managed to find snail eggs. Just snuck food in. Smart cookie. Bean! Bean! It is the time of the bean. Hello, Bean. Hold up, let's get... Oh, shit. There's a camera box. There we go. Bean cam. Here he is. It is bean time. Hello. Hi. You reclaim attention? You demand it? As you should. As you well should. Oop. Where are you going? Oop. Hey, little man. I'm playing the bean bongo. He loves it. He loves the taps. Here's the bean. He's really keen to say what he saw in a dream. Everybody come and scream. Bean. Don't show your butt on camera. Don't tell him what to do. He demands more. He has not had enough. Look at the boy. Must look at the boy. Yeah. Getting the good scratches right there. A treat for the bean? Bean, do you deserve a treat? Okay, but you must jump. You must jump for your treats. How about that? Chat, look.
It is the right of all cats to expose as much of their butthole to everyone they feel deserves it.
That's true. Oh, Bean, Bean, Bean. Don't go. Oh, more butthole. I guess. Bean. Over here. Come on. Come on. Here. Me a jump. Me a jump. Hey. Very good. Good boy. Look at his treats. Look like a little fish. You guys want to see another jump? Hey Nova, you're back right at the perfect time. You guys want to see another? Okay. Me? Good job. I've been teaching him because he knows the trick so well that he'll do it without me clicking my fingers. So I've been trying to teach him not to jump too early. Oh, only with the hand clicks. Come on. Good. You must learn patience as well. Okay, you got 3, Bean. You got 3. Is that enough? He is very smart. Oh, he's saying hi to the camera? His face in the darkness. You can even see him like in the background there again. I love when his face is in the darkness. Oh, shower time, I guess. Alright. Where were we? Let's leave the bean to shower. The face consumes all light, exactly.
The face consumes all light.
Jumped the gun on that one. I read it in the chat. Hey, Mactol. Pizza Hut. Oh, enjoy your pizza. Shaping up to be a good evening. Sounds like it. So, okay, I think we can use this Kuduro as a base. Might not be the perfect one, but at least we're only going to use it for the lower bit. So we can always, like, substitute it for another lower bit. If we get, let's say, an really, like, high-quality picture from Brad or something. But the thing we're going to be messing with is the top bit, because we want it to be like this. So we want it to pop out a little bit, like, on the sides, but also, like, in general, be bigger than this. So I think I might make this a little smaller just to compensate for that, give us a bit more space up top. And I guess we need to find good carvings of people. So it can be in a Kuduro like this, and this black stone. It can be in a different kind of stone. We just make it look like the kind of stone in a Kuduro. But it's the kind of thing we need to find. During the stream, and I would already die for Bean. Good. One more warrior joins our midst. Okay, so back to Wikimedia. Oh, he's posing for the camera now, Bean, aren't you? Bean has his own Instagram, yes, and Blue Sky and everything else, and Twitter. Not that I've used them in a while, but I actually have a picture for that I forgot to post. It's a pretty simple picture. It's just Bean with 3 eyes. Okay, we're back here, and we gotta look for human features. So this hand, for example, is perfect. Ooh, look at this one. It has some good relief. That's great. What if I looked for Boundary Stone? Because Kuduro seems to be described as Boundary Stone sometimes. What do you guys think? Right, Kuduros or Narrows? Look for Narrow. Narrow, that's completely... Okay, Iraq. Okay. We got this one again. Only that, okay. What is that? Winged bird-headed genie? Where? Oh, there is a secret section of Discord for people who make Bean fan art. Yes, I post Bean pictures there. Where's the... Okay, I can see the... Oh, there it is. There's a face. Bird-headed genie. Bean? Bean? Where's your... Hold on. You're not well lit. Where's your face always in darkness? It's got huge eye boogers. I wanted to show you, but the camera is not great at this light. Let me get those, Bean. You nasty, nasty boy. There we go. Off they go into the trash. With all your hair. I forgot to take this. Been... If you didn't know, I've been sick. I had a flu for the past... Like, I'm only starting to feel better today. That's why I'm streaming. Well, I guess yesterday I was feeling a bit better. But I'm feeling normal today. But for... If you guys saw the stream on Friday, all stream I was like, oh, I feel kind of weird, and oop, there goes me. The whole stream I was kind of like, I feel a little weird, and put your tail in my mouth, dude. And I was like, maybe I'm getting sick. I don't know. I feel like off the stream. I don't know what's up, but I still managed to do like 3 edits. Well, I finished the stream, and right after turning off the stream, I was like, I don't know, let me check my temperature. 38 degrees. That is, I guess, for in football fields, that is like I don't know. What was it? It's 100 degrees normal temperature, right, in Fahrenheit. It's probably like 102 or something like that. I don't know how it would translate, but 38 degrees. Which is like more than a mild fever. And yeah, I was streaming with that, I guess. I was streaming through a fever, and I didn't even notice until after the stream. And kind of just powered through it, I guess. But the days after, I felt like shit. So like, I guess it just took me a while to start feeling sick after actually getting sick. Oh, goodbye, Bean. Well, Bean is off on his adventures. We'll see him more later. Yeah. So I was like pudding for 2 days, like at least, with high fevers. I got them more or less under control, but I was feeling like shit for Saturday and Sunday. So I'm glad I got a lot of stuff done on Friday because at least I didn't feel any bad about it. I was like, I'm just gonna chill. So I just chilled. I watched a few movies. I played the new Pokemon competitive game. What is it? Champions. This is playing with competitive teams. It's fun. I do like making Pokemon teams. I think it scratches a nice like planning part of my brain that I fight a few times with them and I get tired of it. But I like making the teams. I think that's fun. and yeah, so I didn't get to do much for most of this week. I'm kind of like getting my week started now work-wise. I was streaming with a fever. I didn't even notice. Also, I didn't think I said hi to Vishanti. So hi. Oh, and see you, Snakes. Thanks for popping in. $100.4? That's very little of 100. I guess the actual baseline is like 90, 99 or something. Just like 37 is supposed to be the baseline in Celsius, but did you know that average human temperatures have been going down? I'm not kidding. It used to be 37 and it's now 36 point something. Like significant. That's a significant amount for an average temperature, which is pretty insane. And we don't really know why. It might have to do with like how recording, like how temperature measurements equipment changed. And it might be biases due to that. It might be an actual thing that's changed through generations. It might be that we're just getting a little less sick now, that we have antibiotics now. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. But there is an actual downwards trend in average human temperature. It's weird. Like we didn't have time to evolve in that period. It's kind of strange. 98, 99 is already, yeah, it's like, I guess the equivalent is when in Celsius, when you're like 37, up to 37 is fine. When I started to get above 37, it's like a mild fever. And I think it's a fever. Well, I don't think, like, this learned as in medical school. Technically, like the cutoff that's considered for actual fevers is 38, and that's what I was streaming at. And I think like I didn't measure it much after that, but I think it ran up to like 38 something on Saturday. $37 is a fever? No, 37, like below 37 is fine. 37 is okay. Mild fevers are like when you start getting a little bit above 37, like 37.5, that's a mild fever. It's not an exact measure. Because obviously you can measure it like a few minutes apart and it's going to change by a few, like, portions of a degree. So it's not super useful once you start getting like lower than like half a degree, in my opinion. Also wonder if it's because people spend one more time indoors. I'm not sure. I don't know. I would have to look into the actual measurements here, but I think like these measurements are taken more or less in the same conditions, right? It's not like, you know, it's taken at a doctor's clinic at like pretty similar conditions over the years. There's definitely some bias, but
Colombian friend is here. Says hello in Spanish. Or hola.
hola to your friend as well. just did it now with Shitty Touchless Reader. You're about 36 right now. Yeah, so anywhere between 36 and 37 is I would say the average. But it used to be 37. 37 used to be the average, I believe, like, or 30 around, somewhere around 37. Now it's like 36 point something. It is off memory, so I might be wrong on the specific measurements. I do know it's getting colder. It's so strange that it's getting colder. Okay, let's get back. Let's get back to it. Let's look for boundary. Boundary stone. I do love this guy a lot. Standing male worshipper. What's your deal? Obviously, this is way older than Assyrian. This is Sumerian. If you don't know your Mesopotamian civilizations, I wouldn't blame you for it because they don't teach these in school. The Sumerians invented cuneiform. Like, these guys were, you know, very ancient compared to the Assyrians, which were, I mean, there's several waves, I guess, of Assyrians. The ones we're talking about, I think, is Neo-Assyrian. There's a lot of empires that could kind of ebb and flow over centuries, but yeah, Neo-Assyrians we're considering like 700 BC. So these guys are ancient to the Assyrians. Still, I do love the huge eyes in Sumerian statues. That's not something we're gonna see in this, because Sumerian is a bit old for our period. Oh, guys, look at this! Look at this frog weight. Is Sora here? Sora! Zoomorphic weights were widespread in the ancient world. Weights in the shape of frogs and toads were rare in the Near East, but they did occur in Egypt. Very cool.
Damn it, I need it.
I do need this. Hold on, I have a metal frog. They would be friends. Where's my metal frog? In the back here. Is it? Oh, it's back there. I use it as a little weight on top of a couple books. They would be friends. Look at this. My metal frog. My grandpa gave this to me. I don't know how old it is. It's probably pretty old. He got it in an antique store. My grandpa was like I'm talking about my French grandpa. He passed away in 2019. But when I was a kid, he every time I went to his house, he would let me pick one of his items. And he had so many of them.
Colita de rana.
For me, no, culito de rana. Some people say colita, but culito is a lot funnier. Culito, sana means like heel. Culito de rana means little frog's ass. Colita means little frog's tail, but frogs don't have tails, famously. And frogs do have asses, famously. So it is both more correct and more fun to say. So, culito de rana. There are fights in the Spanish-speaking world about whether it is culito or colita. Anyway, I'm on the culito team, always. This frog was one such item that my grandpa gifted me when I went to visit him, because he would just give me random little trinkets and oddities and ancient things.
Sana culito de rana sese.
It's saying already? Yes, culito de rana. The grandpa's metal frog. Wait, I got another one for my grandpa. Hold on. I got so many things from him. There is one that I know you'll love, and it's a little bit damaged, unfortunately, because a dog got a hold of it at some point. But it is a hand-carved wooden pig that is a salt shaker, or a pepper shaker, I guess. I think you can open it back here. It's kind of locked. we don't use it as a shaker, obviously. But look at it. And unfortunately, one of his legs and one of his ears is a little bit chewed because silly dogs. But I do love these trinkets. He's so round. We happen to be in the room where I spent my childhood, so I got all the trinkets from my grandpa here. But just to show you the sort of trinkets, and gotta clean the innards of this, but he gave me this, which is Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, from obviously the most famous Spanish book in the world. Just made out of like screws and random things. I have no idea who made this. It wasn't my grandpa. But that's the kind of things he would give me. And I would love, as a kid, like I still love this. I absolutely love El Quijote, one of the best books ever written. Still stands the test of time, by the way. If you can get a translation, get it. If you know any Spanish, read it in Spanish, because it's as good as a translator can be. This book is like the sort of the epitome of the Spanish language, probably. So it's saying, like, you know, if you can read Shakespeare in original, like in its original English, do so. If you can read Cervantes in the original Spanish, do so as well. And it's just cute. Anyway, enough trinkets. This room is like a museum, by the way, full of antiquities and oddities. I'll make a museum someday. I'll just sneak in some false things. But yeah, if you can read Spanish, read El Quijote. If you're learning Spanish, make a goal for yourself to read El Quijote in Spanish. I think that's like, if there was any goal to learning the Spanish language, it would probably be just to read that book. I might be hyping it up too much, but honestly, it is just that good. It is incredibly funny. And you don't usually see this with like old like classic literature. Don Quixote is just a great comedy. And it's also like, you know, if you ever seen like people talk about House of Leaves as this like, oh, this like groundbreaking meta narrative, Don Quixote is a groundbreaking meta narrative like hundreds of years before. House of Leaves, as good as it is, didn't invent anything. Remember reading Don Quixote in Spanish when you were in high school? Hell yeah, much better than translation. Absolutely. I mean, you probably read a modern Spanish version, right? If you read it in original Spanish, like, you're gonna have to look up some stuff in the dictionary. So if you read it in high school, it was probably like not like sort of an adaptation with a bit more modern language, which is a completely fine way to read it, by the way. I think like reading it in original, that's like reading Shakespeare with like the original like Old English, where you have to like really make an effort to look up old words and stuff. It's sort of a different language, so it's fair to read a modernized version of it, especially if you're learning. But it's still gonna be, even that, it's gonna be like leagues better than any translations. Sorry if you hear that. That's been scratching in his litter box. Can't read the original Spanish to save your life. It should be an annotated edition. Yeah, definitely. If you get the original Spanish, make it annotated so you can get a little bit more context. How much colonial era Spanish you read now, it would be much easier for you. Definitely. Yeah, you'll be a lot closer to to Cervantes' Spanish. Anyway, this is all because of the stone frog. I had to show you my cute frog. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think that's Egyptian. No, that is cuneiform. Well, that's Neo-Sumerian. That feels like old cuneiform, but it's still a little bit pictoric. But this is a really cool statue. I think we could definitely use textures from this. Hand, sort of the eyebrows. There are some things that could definitely be used from this one. Oh, and we got several angles of it. Hell yeah. This guy looks so polite. Let's get the side and the back in case we just need to use it for textures. There's a good crack in the back as well. The ancient unibrow. It's great. It's honestly so detailed. Have you seen those? Look at the little individual hairs, that ancient unibrow. Spacey.
Microphone.
Use microphone. Thank you so much for 34 months. Hell yeah. Oh, look at this mace head. It's just a hunk of stone. Honestly, probably more effective than a sword for a lot of things. You get hit by this, you're out. You're out of combat. Damn, look at this Assyrian roaring lion. See, and this is closer to the time period as well. Oh, look at that black stone. It's all cracked. That's stone, right? Yeah. What kind of stone is that? Oh, it's ivory? I thought it was stone. I thought we got filtered by stone. How is this ivory blackened? Is it a fire, maybe? Okay, this fragmentary piece takes the form of a roaring lion. In a storeroom at Fort Shalmaneser, real building at Nimrud. So it's again from Nimrud. Brad has probably seen some of these. Probably used to store booty and tribute collected by the Assyrians while a military campaign. Well, during the final defeat of Assyria at the end of the 7th century BC, the royal complexes of Nimrud were sacked and burned, and the land was likely blackened through exposure to fire at this time. So it is blackened ivory. Very interesting. I love that. It's still very cool. I think despite being ivory, especially in the front here, in the less cracked bits, could definitely be used for some texture as well. Bean? Get out of there. Don't eat my washi tape. A lot of Maces IRL, which is basically spheres. I mean, you don't need much more than that. It's just heavy object to hit you over the head with. Bean. No, don't touch that. Wants to eat my washi tape. Also, hi Bill. There is a pit involved. There is an ancient god. A royal proclamation. Those scrap bottomless picks, nothing to do with that. Okay. Oh, look at this cute amulet. It's like a little gingerbread man with no head. I mean, it might be something completely different, but that's what it looks like to me. Little headless guy. Oh, it's a cow. I thought it was a rat. But I guess if the archaeologists say it's a cow, I guess it can be a cow as well. Hey Scrimble, welcome. And thank you for the follow. That's really cute though. What is it made of? Stone. Oh yeah, I was here looking for any material. Should make this stone, even though there's stone in the search itself, because I guess we got ivory things. Scrap stone fragments. Standing female worshipper. Why are her feet so tiny? That's really fun. I love that. She has tiny feet. Yeah, you can see the blue eye. You can see it's a different piece. So the eye was probably ivory with a little bit of lapis lazuli.
They really went in on making sure you saw all the toes.
Yes. Nearly got it. It was shell and lapis lazuli. That's interesting. Yeah, so it's a little bit of shell that they cut out. I assume it would have looked whiter at the time. So it would have gotten like a really piercing eye. But yeah, I found the detailed carved feet really funny. They're a bit too small. Lion head is cool. Weight in the shape of a duck. Okay, hold up, because this weight, I mean, it's not the cleanest stone, but it could be a great base to work from for this Kuduro. Okay. Did I download the picture of this one? I did not. Okay. These might be useful as well. They're bas reliefs, but I guess we're gonna go a little bit more bas relief. Because that's what you usually get with Kuduros. I love that. People joining the stream later probably like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? What the hell is a Kuduro? Another duck. You can see this one a lot clearer. I love this duck weight. It's so stylized. If you're assuming this Pokemon music, no, it is Chrono Trigger music. Wonderful soundtrack. No, Boar. The pig weight. Oh, this is great. My hog. Also, that's a wonderful votive figure. That's definitely something we're going to use. It's really old, though. It's early dynastic. So it's like 2000 BCs instead of 700 BCE. So this is a really old votive statue, but it wouldn't be out of the question that they would have this really old votive statue that they probably pillaged from some other city and then destroyed. So I think it's totally usable. Because we're going to have holes put in the faces of a lot of these. Yeah, the skirt is really detailed. I was going to mention that. And I love how you can see the grain of the stone more on the skirt. Like, I assume the carver probably chose this bit of stone and carved the bit with like the pretty pink veins as the skirt and left the skin with less veins so you could see the skin clearer and the skirt has more. Like, I did that. This definitely feels like a very deliberate choice for whoever carved it, which is really cool. You can see artistic intent and through thousands of years, 4,000 years, and you can see the artistic intent of the person making this. Isn't that just wonderful? Seal amulet? Hold on. Oh, I thought it was like, so like, how is this the shape of a seal? No, it's a cow. Okay, it's just a seal in the term of like sealing things. God damn it, you got me excited. I thought like, how did the Syrians know about seals? That said though, consolation prize. Look at this bowl. It's so cute. Recumbent. It is a nice word, isn't it?
Pluva lleva a wax stamper.
Also, yeah, talk about seals. You might have seen these a lot and wonder what the hell they are. This is called a cylinder seal. So there would be these little cylinders carved in stone that usually rich people would wear. And it was kind of a personal signature. They were carved with different designs, sometimes letters, but mostly just like a little design with people, with gods usually. If you wanted to seal something and say it was you, let's say you seal a message or a cask of wine or a door, you put a bit of clay on top and you roll the cylinder that you have on your neck, you roll this cylinder on it. That way you know it's been sealed by you or by your messenger if you've left them your seal, like someone acting on your behalf. It's sort of the official signature of the time. I don't know if everybody had them, but it definitely like rich people, powerful people had them. And yeah, it would be a way of an official signature. So let's say you sealed this door with a bit of clay, you roll your cylinder seal on top of it. If someone wanted to enter, they would have to break the seal, and then they wouldn't be able to fabricate a new one. So you would know somebody broke in, right? So it's just this really ingenious bit of ancient technology. It's literally a signature. And this is the impression it leaves, right? It's not the actual seal. There's just like, if you roll the seal on top of a surface, you would get this impression. In case you guys were wondering about these, because I think it's just like a wonderful bit of like ancient ingenuity. Oh, mace head with balls? Imagine getting murked by this. I wouldn't even be mad. Look at the beautiful craftsmanship on this mace. I kid. I probably, a lot of these maces were ceremonial rather than actually used in battle, right? Like you found them at temples and stuff. I remember Brad talking about that in one of his videos.
Knick knack paddywhack.
You like the outfits? Thank you. I'm repeating this one from the other day, but I just got this cleaned. I took this to Morocco and it was so full of dust after. Gored to death by a stone bull. Wouldn't even be mad, honestly. But the coolest part of this is the shirt, because it just has this... It has this centipede, and if you just wear something that's like half closed, you can sort of see the centipede peeking through. I really like that about this shirt. The back is awesome though. This was made by my friend Theo at Fleist Church. Fleist as in German for meat. And Theo Doll's tattoos. He used to be an animator though. And they made the little Mothman saying hello emotes. That was Theo. But look at the back of this shirt. Hold on. Look at the back of the shirt. Is it visible? Here. Aha. It's cool, right? Actually, take this out. Oh, because it's getting warm. Okay, so we're back. We got more seals. See, none of them were cylinders. Some of them were more standard seals. I do like the cylinder ones a lot, though. Because I think it must have felt so satisfying to just roll them up on some clay. It is a very good shirt. Let me see if Theo still has it available. Bean? I hear you. The mischief. Yes. Oh, I got some beetles. Hey, Bean. Oh, I might have to get this. Oh, I might have to get this. Oh no. This one's dope too. The one with the bugs in the front. And there's the same centipede design that I got on my shirts, but on the sleeves. Oh, these are good. Anyway, I'll put up the store link in the chat. Support Theo. This is the one I got. It's actually on sale right now. Good timing. You got the back. So yeah, oh, I love these. I'm gonna keep this open. I'm gonna send this to my tab group. Check it out later. Anyway, where were we? God, I got so many tabs open. Bean. Oh God, he's eating. Hold on, chat. He is eating all of my washi tape. Captured. Look at the criminal. Look at the criminal. Look at him. The criminal. What did you do, Bean? You ate all of my washi tape, didn't you? He attempted to, at least. You murderous beast. Look upon the eyes of the beast. Look upon them in despair. Look at this fearful, evil face. Okay. Are you gonna behave? Are you going to behave? Oh, he's purring. See him face. Oh, let me put you up here. There you go. You stay here for a minute. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's keep going. We're barely done photoshopping in all this while, but I guess the important thing is just to find the right pictures. So that's gonna be a good chunk of the stream. Is this a cow amulet? Sure, I guess. Could be any animal, but sure. It's a cow if you say so. See, that's a calf. Yeah, I can see that. This is not a cow though. It's just an animal. Also, look at this thing. Look at this thing. That's really cool. Might we use this? Maybe. maybe could be useful. I'll hit it with a download. You never know. It's a Lamashtu demon. It's a cool demon. Vague cow shape. The important thing in this stream, yes. The important thing about this stream is looking at photos of little guys and seeing some little guys in real life. So many seals. Human-headed bison? Hello? That is beautiful. Is it for sale? I don't think so. I don't think so, right? Look at that. Hey, Bean. Oh, that is just wonderful. The photo is great too. Yeah, but this is carved of black stone, so this could actually be super useful for our image. Also, it has a cool unibrow, the ancient unibrow. I'd like to get a replica, me too. It's made of lizardites? Serpentine? That's the type of stone? Sure. Sure, make it even cooler. You know what? I love this. Kind of feels a little bit like uncarved, organic. This could be the perfect base, actually, to start carving from and working from. Give me a permanent replica monobrow. Yes. There's a place that used to mine it near you. Well, get me a chunk. Get me a chunk. I'll pay you to carve it to look like this. Yeah, these are just wonderful. This is gonna be great texture. I'm gonna download all sides of it. Are these like horns on top of horns to make a hat? Is that what I'm seeing? That's an incredible design, if that's the intention. Because these definitely are horns, right? Like it's a bull man. So these definitely are horns, but then you get these, which are kind of following the shape of the horns. Yeah, I would have to say it's just a bunch of horns to make a cool crown hat. Isn't that kind of awesome? Sorry, I'm freaking out about this statue. It's just, it's so good. Yes, Bean. You're so beautiful. Bean is behaving so much right now, you don't even know. Look at him. Chat, look at him and tell him he's behaving. Isn't he? This is an ancient art appreciation stream. It absolutely is. He's a great bean. Despite trying to eat all of my washi tape. Yeah, I remember that. Bean included? In the ancient art? I guess. Bean, you're a piece of art. Bean, you are a statue carved of alabaster and serpentine. Yes, you are. Don't deny it. You were made by the ancient craftsmen of Sumeria. Don't deny it. I know. Okay, here's a treat, Bean. Because you're so nice and well behaved right now. Enjoy. Oh, you slubbered all of my hand again. Get that. Get your treat dust. There you go. Oh, there it goes. Oh, you jumped too hard, dude. Okay, goodbye. I love that guy. Okay, hold on. Got more seal amulets. Eye bead. Oh, that looks kind of awesome. Oh, it's carved in the back? 7th century BCE, exactly from the time period and everything. This one could be useful. Maybe not for this one, but for something. Bean, what did you get this time? Oh, Lord. I think it might be one of his toys. Hopefully. It does look like an eye. It's probably an eye bead. So usually in all the votive statues is the ones that represent the gods, right? Physically represent the gods, like you need to feed them and everything. The eyes would be carved separately. So you'd have the statue and there would just be 2 holes where the eyes are, and they would be made out of things like these, like little beads, and you would insert them, which would probably give them like very lifelike eyes, because they would just kind of pop out of the stone. They were made of a different material. And yeah, so I guess it was like intentional in that way, like it would make the statues feel a bit more alive. Anyway, I don't know, let me just scroll through the rest quickly, because ooh, see, good thing I scrolled, because we got a hand. We're gonna need a couple hands for this, so that's definitely useful, even though it's a white stone, so it's not perfect, but could probably be useful. We got this bison. Honestly, pretty cool textures. I'm gonna give them a download, even if you don't use them. Also, these are large images. you can clearly see that it's loading like it's dial-up internet. So we got, I guess that's the other side. Yes, that is the front. Okay, the front could be useful. This one is very shapy. I wonder if it was a weight. I guess not, because it's not very useful. Like, it doesn't stand on its own. What is Bean doing? Bean? Where are you? I hear you running around. Oh, hi. He was right in the blind spot on the table. Okay, we got so many pictures. Let's kind of clean through the rest of the search. Oh, this one's fun. Let me open it, but I don't think I'll download it. This one has eye inlays. What is that supposed to be? That one's kind of eerie. I mean, it's definitely a horse, but why does it have an eye on its butt? It's a false horse. Beware the horse mimic. It's actually like a huge cicada that's pretending to be a horse. That is an idea, by the way, I've had for an edit for like years. Just because I find the concept of a horse mimic being so funny. Like, why would you ever want to mimic a horse? But yeah, maybe one day horse mimic. But this is an ancient example of it. Also, it's made of lapis lazuli. Yeah, lapis lazuli was like really, really valuable to the to the people of ancient Mesopotamia. You can see it in eye inlays, by the way. Look at this eye inlay with lapis lazuli in it. And we know, you know why? Okay, again, another very interesting archaeology bit. Do you know why lapis lazuli, we know it to be very valuable, even though we don't have, I don't know if we do, maybe we do, but I don't think we have any like letters of people mentioning the price of lapis lazuli. We know it was valuable because it was in all the expensive statues and everything. We saw that earlier, that pommel, that sword pommel that had 2 lion heads, and the lion heads, the eyes of the lions were made in lapis lazuli. We also see it in those eye inlays for the statues of the gods. We see it in places of like really high honor. But we also see imitation lapis lazuli, which is stone, like regular stone that's painted blue, made into little beads and things for, you know, like maybe you'd wear it as a necklace or something like that. There was fake lapis lazuli, which means it was probably like it was fancy and expensive, and if you couldn't afford it, you could get like fake lapis lazuli to look richer than you are. And I think that's just like such a, like, you can instantly understand, like, yeah, there was counterfeit, there was fake lapis lazuli, so you know it was valuable and expensive. And it's just like a wonderful little observation, and you can just get that through seeing a couple different materials and like where you got them and the context you got them in. And I just think that's wonderful bit of archaeology. The fake pearls of the ancient world, exactly. Okay, so lots of cylinder seals. We got these already. They're not contemporaneous though. And we're starting to get a lot of unrelated things. Except for, I guess, more cows. They did love their cows. Standing female figure does have a hand and an arm that's more or less in position, so I'm going to give this one a download. And I think we've got enough material. We've looked through enough ancient things. We've yapped for long enough. Let's actually get these together. Which is gonna end up, it is gonna end up being the shorter part of the stream, but I don't mind. Okay, just look at the amount of stuff I downloaded right now. That's a lot of material right there. So my thinking is using this right here, that bad boy, as a base. It's a slightly different color, maybe a slightly different stone, but I do like it. Also, it feels flatter, but we're gonna make it look less flat. What am I making? So this is called the Kuduru, this thing right here. A Kuduru is, originally it's a marker stone. It's a stone that's put to represent property. Eventually these like carved stones get fancier and they start putting like royal proclamations on them. So the king has a declaration, a new law. The king has gifted this region to this general of his, and is saying like this region belongs to the general and his family forever and ever. Things like that, important declarations. It would put it in stone, because obviously like most cuneiform things were written in clay tablets. But stone was reserved for like the big things, the fancy things. So you put this declaration in stone and you'd write the new law, or this declaration of like this place belongs to this general of mine, something like that. And then the lower part of the Kuduru would usually be a list of curses that would befall you if you ever broke this treaty, or if you ever like broke this law. And sometimes the curses were longer than the actual declaration, which is funny. And it would be like, yeah, your whole family will succumb to disease for so many generations, and things like that. The top of them sometimes was carved, just like we see in this one, right? The most beautiful ones are these carved ones that are made in like black stone. And in this specific story, right, the archaeologists come in, and the first thing they find while they're digging this mound, that they'll later find as a temple, the first thing they find is this. It is an old statue that has been repurposed. Hold on, like this. You can see it's the top of it was an old statue instead of being like a carving made for this specific Kuduru, that they just flattened the lower part of and then wrote on top of it. They kind of like improvised the Kuduru with it. And the top of it, you can see, is like an unknown god that they would be worshipping in this place. And then the bottom of it says, by declaration of the king, you shall never speak of this place. You shall never speak of this god. If you ever do, you shall never dig here. You shall never uncover this place. If you do, all these curses will befall you. So it's kind of the ancient version of the nuclear warning. It's saying like, this is not a place of honor. Something terrible happened here. You do not even mention it in history. That is what we're starting this series with. Or I guess it's a series, it's going to be a long story. Or longer than usual. There's going to be a lot of images. The story is going to be told through these pieces, through kind of like a museum exhibit. You're walking through the museum and you're seeing the pieces that were recovered from this site from top to bottom as they're digging through, and chronologically as well. So you get the story through that. And yeah, so we got an actual Kuduru that we're using the base of, and then on top we're gonna change this carving into something a bit like this, which is going to be the carving of this forbidden god, which I made this way. I took the human figure, the god itself. We're going to see when you get to the actual temple, instead of there being a statue for this god, because usually there's a votive statue, as I mentioned, you would feed it and everything. Instead of being a statue to this god, there is a hole in the ground. That is where the name of the stream is something with a pit, because yeah, the god they're worshipping is a hole, and we're gonna see. I'm not gonna spoil what's in the hole. We're gonna see as we dig through. We're gonna get there. But I wanted a nice design, sort of a humanized version of it, and so I took a human figure. I started twisting it to one side, and into itself as a sort of spiral inwards, where the head is the center. And I ended up with something like this.
Something like the atomic praise dot.
No, we're not gonna get that. It's too far into the past. No, the person who buried it, like, wanted it absolutely forgotten. And of course, archaeologists had to mess with it. Also, hi, Johnny. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. What's the series? It has no name yet. I'm calling the project for now. I'm calling it Forbidden City, or Forbidden God.
The whole. Also, this is Molly, but you can call me Seyenolol.
Oh, Numuli. Let's call you Sal. Yeah, I like that. If the story in the page looks like you're going through a museum exhibit, yeah, it's gonna be ordered that way. Kind of like you're seeing it's a digital version of a museum exhibit. Bean, what the hell did you do back there? Oh God. He has. Let me see if I can get the camera pointed that way. It's a little far. I might not be able to. Oh, Bean got out of there. Wait, maybe we can see him. You see him? There he is. So he was there in this corner. You can see this old, ugly-ass chair. Also, there's a Beans, the Christmas gift there. It's his own face on a pillow. He was there in that corner. You see that? That was a computer mat, like one of those mats where you put your mouse and your stuff in. It's my old computer mat that I'm going to bring to my grandpa's house in the village. Yeah, that's what he was doing.
Violent personing went so well. People accidentally rediscovered them.
So he somehow unrolled the mats and is just now laying on it and making noises. I hope he's not biting it. No, I don't think he's biting it right now. Anyway, that's what Bean is up to. Need at least one book on this stat. Working on it, working on it. Yeah, but the thing is, like, this the king who came after all this whole debacle that we're gonna discover, like, through the as the series goes and we go deeper, there's gonna be several mysteries, right? Several things that we're gonna be clearing up. First of all, what is this weird god that they worshipped here? Second, what was this temple? Third, what happened here that made people worship this god and then completely abandon it? And not only that, but completely shun it in a way where they actively rewrite history to erase the existence of this temple, this god, and the king who was in charge while this whole thing happened. So it's several little mysteries like put into one that we're going to be digging through literally. And this is the thing that sets it all up. It's our pièce de résistance here. It's the intro to the whole series. So it's hopefully we're going to try to make an image that's like gripping and like pretty interesting to look at. Tony Stan, thank you for the follow. So it's going to be interesting to catch people's attention, hopefully get them to read everything, but it also has to introduce all these concepts. Obviously, you know, we can't read, what's it called, cuneiform, right? So we're going to provide a translation. I'm going to try to make it, I've said this before, I'm going to try to make it with Brad, and hopefully someone that Brad knows. We're going to try to make the cuneiform correct, and everything you can actually translate it from ancient cuneiform, or specifically Assyrian, right? Because cuneiform was just a script that was used for many languages. So we're going to try to get someone who knows Assyrian to get us cuneiform translations of the text we want, and then we can replace that into the like actually like painstaking. That's why I'm not going to bother doing the text today, because it's going to be actual painstaking labor of making all the text by hand. And I'll do it because I want to be correct. And I mentioned this at the top of the stream. I'm making this with an actual archaeologist who's worked on Mesopotamia, who's like just the most wonderful guy. He has a YouTube channel that's just wonderful, and everybody should know about it. I think I've talked about it on stream before. It's called Artifactually Speaking. I will drop a little link in the chat. The whole channel is worth going through. This man's called Brad Hafford. He is actual archaeologist who makes videos while on the field. These are the best. Like, this series from Nimrud is incredible. He's just like on the field, literally as they're digging through, showing you like, hey, we found this artifact. Here's what we think it might mean. Here's what we think it was used for. And he's just giving you his honest thoughts as they're digging through. Here, we're talking about eye inlays, right? And how they were made. Here he's showing a little chunk of one that they found. And Yeah, we were talking about fake lapis lazuli here. They talk about it here, I believe, and how this blue beard was not actual lapis lazuli, it was imitation. So yeah, it's just wonderful. This channel is just incredible all around. Brad is a wonderful guy. Yeah, I mentioned this at the top of the stream, but I cold emailed him literally. I was like, hey, hey Brad, I love your videos. Would you like to collaborate on a story? And he was super down for it. So yeah, that's what he helped me like tremendously just work this raw idea into a specific setting, a specific timeline of events and everything. It's so good. IRL Indiana Jones, literally. And can you believe this channel with like such good, unique content? You don't see archaeologists like in the field explaining stuff to you. 38,000 followers. Like, this thing deserves millions, honestly. So yeah, go give Brad a follow and dig through his videos. They're great. They deserve so much more attention, honestly. So yeah, we actually have help from really knowledgeable people, and yeah, that's why hopefully if Brad himself is not an Assyriologist in the sense that he doesn't know ancient Assyrian or how to translate it, he probably knows like a spattering of it, but he couldn't. I don't think he would be able to translate the inscription into Assyrian and into cuneiform for us, but he knows people that can. So hopefully through his contacts we can get someone. If we can't get it to correct cuneiform, that's gonna be fine, but I would like to. Yes, exactly. That's how I found him. Okay, so as we can see here, that's gonna be, I think that's gonna be our base. That's fairly similar to what we had here. It's got to bulge out a little bit, the statue bits, because it's like a statue that they carved, that they flattened down into that shape.
Neat. I used my brain.
And it works. So yeah, we want sort of a lip of stone to show that, you know, the stone used to be bigger and the carving goes later, or the, you know, the cuneiform carving. But off the top of my head, the only archaeological pieces you've done, Cool S, that's true, that's, yeah, that's kind of archaeological. It's a jokey one. The cave creature, that's the, yes, and Megalomorpha. So yeah, it's high time I revisit archaeology and horror because it's just such a good mix. I think there's something inherently a little bit scary about uncovering ancient things. Or at least, like, I guess it's exciting in a way that can be turned into scary really easily, right? So let me figure out the lighting of this base stone. It's going from both sides, makes sense. So we got two sources of light. Haven't made any trypophobia pieces. Yeah, the parasitic mouth frogs, exactly. That was specifically made to be trypophobia inducing. Forbidden boba. Okay, I think I'm gonna take this stone. Gonna change its shape slightly. Hopefully without deforming the text too much. It's the goal, at least. Try to get it to be a bit flatter, because they did carve it down to this shape, so it would probably not make as much sense for it to be like bulging out so much to the sides. Something like this makes a bit more sense. Now we gotta get the soft light to match. You never know what kind of shit ancient people knew and we don't. Exactly. Triggered more detected bulge. Sleeper agent activated. What have I done? Okay, I think I need to make it a little bit rounder. It's a little bit square at the moment. I wonder, okay. Maybe I'll just turn it into a smart object like this. Our shape is more or less settled. And we're gonna try to aim for something more round. Okay, let me get another layer, maybe an overlay, to get a really strong shine in one bit of the image. Maybe we can give it a bit of blue color as well. Maybe that goes in color, a color layer like this. I'm imitating the colors in the base stone so we get lighting that feels similar. Okay, that feels a little closer now. But for now, it's just sort of a sphere. It's not quite a sphere yet, but I'm not going to go into too much detail because I want to figure out the carving here and sort of match from this sketch into. I'm going to cut this down a little bit tighter. Okay. So I'm going to try to transpose this here, just as a little sketch. And maybe I could just use the actual sketch. Silly me. So we can do something like that. That's more or less correct. And let me put this as hard light, maybe. There we go. Our little sketch is transposed on top. We can start working from that. We can maybe even use sort of a blurred version of it as a base and then just start piling detail on top of it. Trypophobia disease, very val-coded, or her holes start forming across the skin. I have this idea. I still haven't done it. I need to do this at some point. Where it's like a little bit of physics horror that would create something a little bit trypophobia inducing. Of what if there were clusters of very, very tiny, like microscopic, like atom-sized black holes that just flew around the universe. And if they catch you, like, if you happen to catch like a cluster of these, you just like, you get entirely pockmarked by tiny little holes as they pass through you. And I think that might make for a cool thing. Not sure yet though. It's on the ideas list for eventually. Okay. Let's drag more things in. So let's see. My favorite boy. This statue, which we use the back off for the base. Since we do have the same texture here than on the base, it's going to be a really easy one to fit. But we need to find like specific bits to use. I think we can use the top. Sort of like these ridges to sort of like spiral inwards a little bit. Let me try to get a quick selection. Oh, that was completely bad. Come on. Nah. Good enough to start with. Tamanachi stream? Ooh, enjoy. Yeah, I'll see you, hopefully see you in the future. Thanks for popping in. No, Photoshop is not good at selecting these things, I guess. Well, let me at least select the main horn. Or part of it? I guess not, yeah. It's not really helping us here. We'll just once again do it manually. I don't think we'd use all of it, so this should be enough. Okay, so I like these. I don't know exactly how I'm going to use them yet, but I think they're a cool texture. So maybe it has a space. Like here is a sort of spiral. Not sure yet. What if I use this as texture like that? No. So we need to desaturate it. Then we can probably use it on normal mode. We'll see exactly how we use them, but we'll probably have some use towards the end. Maybe the textures we can use from here. We didn't really get any statues with some sort of hole. But I was thinking we could use some kind of inlay or something. What about an actual statue to do the hole? Oh, what about this as a spiral? That's good. Let's see how big it actually is. Thank you, Nova. It is starting to take some shape as we put things together. The good thing is I already started with a really clear design since I already had it sketched out. So I know what I want. Okay, this is sort of, yeah, fuzzy at this size, but could be used in conjunction with other things. Yeah, maybe as a neck, like rolls into the head, to the hole where the head ought to be. That's where this could come in. Oh yeah, maybe you can use that as a base for the hole. Let's see. It's taking shape in my brain. Because the balance I want to play here is something that's somewhere between abstract and sort of still humanoid. Okay, so the hole should be centered around here. And maybe we just make it go into the depths without really explaining like how deep it goes or anything. I think that might be the eeriest version. Like it's probably not super deep and there's just some bitumen at the end, like some black tar, which they used a lot in these sorts of statues to do like eyes and stuff. Just use a splotch of tar. So it's not something that would be seen as weird, I don't think. Okay, and then we can use these as more spirals. Oh, that didn't show up on... It's just a visual bug on my screen. Did you guys see my desktop background for a second? Or was it just on my end? Because I looked at the stream preview and it wasn't showing up. But I don't know if I just looked at it when it stopped. It was confusing though. I've been getting that that bug for a few weeks now. Don't know exactly what's causing it. I assume some kind of Photoshop update since they love to break things. Actually, no, maybe I don't use this bit here. Since we already have the spiraling edge. You haven't noticed it? Yeah, I think it might just been on my end. So if you see me complain like, why is my desktop suddenly popping up? Don't think I'm crazy. I think you guys can just not see it. It's just momentarily confusing when it happens. I'm not crazy, I swear. I swear it's true. Okay, I might not need to use this bit. We got the whole, so it's spiraling inwards texture, which is already a great start. Let's put the sketch back on. Yeah, okay, so we need the shoulders and then the arms. So we need tube-shaped bits and then hands. Because obviously in this carving it's incomplete, right? So we're not seeing the full spiral. But we should still see the hands. And I cheated it a little bit. It's different from the final designs where the hands are separate like this. Because if we just showed, like imagine we cut it off here, we just get one hand and it wouldn't feel as humanoid. So I cheated it a little bit by putting the two hands here. So in this carving, they would cross over at some point below. So it wouldn't be as spirally, but I felt like it was probably better for readability in the piece. Our artist has hallucinations live on stream. God damn it. Being made a fool. Okay, this one has a pretty okay hand. It's not super high quality, so it's not going to be my first choice. This one has some really nice, like smooth carved arms. So that's good as well. And if we want something maybe a little less smooth. So this one have good hands. This one has crossed hands, so maybe not the best. Again, crossed hands, but could be used because the one is clear. We could use the legs of this bowl to kind of craft the human arms. So we'd still need hands, but it might be a good first step. We also got a hand here and a hand here, made of different stone, but could be usable. Okay, let's drop this one in. And let's try to isolate a bit of the limb. Feels like a hug too. It kind of does, yeah. It's a good point. Okay, let's try and isolate this. I don't know if Photoshop will cut it right. Yeah, it's not great at this sort of thing, is it? It's all very similar textures, so it doesn't really know where one ends, one begins. It kind of did get this shape of the limb, so I will give them that. Okay, that's good. Can make it into something a bit more human. We're going to use bits of it though, because we don't have any like folded arm. They're all extended. But we can use sort of the shoulder up to here. This can be that bit. Let's get up to here. Yeah, that's pretty good. As you can see, the arms are elongated and have more joints than they should. That's on purpose. Because otherwise, first of all, otherwise you couldn't get that nice like round spiral shape. You need to either bend the arm bones or add more joints. So you have to trick it a little bit. But also it just makes it feel less human, which is good. Bit of this for the shoulder. Let's see how much it can get. Up to here, maybe. Maybe up into the back. That texture is usable. Yeah. Okay. And then we cut it like here. It's gonna be our first bit of arm. Is that a second one? Sounds like arthritis hell. I like that. Okay, so our second bit of arm could maybe be this, since we didn't use that section. I'm not going to make all the joints super obvious. It's all just going to blend together a little bit. Also, obviously this joint would keep going here, but I'm not going to see that bit. What we're going to do is take this and probably up to there. Then we put it all together. Putting it all together, hopefully we can get something. Let me flip it. Or actually, should it be flipped? No. So the lighting would not match. So not flipped. Let's get it in here, mix it with the other. Okay. So this could be a base for an arm. Pretty simple so far, but hopefully we'll get the job done once we start mixing it with the base. So, okay, let me separate a copy of it in case we need more bits of arm. But now let's take all of these, turn them into their own smart objects, desaturate them so it matches the tone of the rest of the stone. Group them into arm 1. Oh, arm 1. There we go. Now it's going to get a bit of soft light. I guess I went over all the reflections I did earlier. Shouldn't have done those that early. Gonna give it its own shadow, its own lighten. Make it pop from the background. Hey, wait. What sort of pit I've been thrown into? Does it have snacks? No spoilers yet. I don't know. Funny enough, we're making a representation of the pit today, but we're not going to see the pit in the actual story until a while from now. So I'm not going to spoil it quite yet. Usually I'll spoil the whole story since the beginning in the streams, but this one's gonna go on for a while, so I'm gonna give it to you guys piecemeal. It is a mystery pit in the most literal sense. I can tell you what we'll find. One of the things we'll definitely find artifacts. Gonna be full of artifacts. Because that's the way I'm telling the story, through artifacts. So that is my promise. There will be artifacts in this story. Put this just in normal at half opacity or something. Okay, we do have the arm. Maybe it has too many ridges and stuff. So we might need to smooth it out at a couple spots to get a nicer texture. Okay, I guess also we got this whole spiral bit. I do want the neck to still like pop out from that. Maybe that's where we use this. To make a neck area that's like raised above the rest. Welcome back, Bill. Okay, so maybe I cut this like right about here. Try to match it to our drawing. Okay. Then we do something like this, and we put some shadows. We're gonna have the other shoulder like pop out from here, but let's put some shadows here. Right, so that's gonna help us distinguish. Okay, for the other arm, should I repeat the first arm and start from there? Mayhaps. Let's give that a try. Let's see how well it matches. Yeah, because the right edge is supposed to be the other arm, because the left edge is the back. The right edge is supposed to be the arm itself. So if we want arm 2, Let's remove the lighting on it. We can just put it over top of this. Okay. And then I do convert to layers. Yes. Wait, no. Convert to layers? Do you want to retain the transforms? Oh no. There we go. Convert to layers. Hit no. Okay. This gives us our original layers back, so we can still like cut them differently if we want to. We put this one on hard light mode, just so we know what the hell we're doing. Where's it? Oh. Yeah, there we go. Wait, it should be flipped. There we go. So this could be the base for our second shoulder. A little smaller. Let's adapt it now. Also, I'm gonna add the hue saturation already to all of these layers. 1, 2, 3. How many photos will this series be? Maybe up to 10? I'm not sure. Some of them will be pretty simple edits. Like some of them are just going to be like some cuneiform text and there's going to be some things scratched out. So as far as big edits go, things like this one, I think that might be about like 5 big ones, somewhere around there. So we're going to be working on it throughout. Like I'm not going to be focusing on it entirely. We're gonna mix it with our regular stuff. So it's probably gonna be a few months until we get all the material, if we're consistent about it. Which is no easy feat. I am not the most consistent person. Oh, thanks for the save reminder. Okay, I'm gonna do, just in order to get slightly different lighting. How is it a PSB? Already? How is it 3 gigabytes? Oh, I know why. It's the beard fragments. So this layer here, yep, it's entirely one layer that was just so expanded and so large. It just took over like 1 point something gigabytes. Ridiculous. Hold on, it just said Liz is a new top clipper at 5 years. Who, what did you clip? Where did you guys clip? You clip me out of context again. Can't believe you guys. You got pizza? Lucky. It's gonna feel like big shoulder pads. Maybe I'll puppet warp them a bit. Okay, so we got the shoulder area kind of connecting to the neck. We're gonna have to like add a lot more lighting to just make it everything more readable, but we're just kind of getting the pieces together for now into hopefully something readable. Okay, and one last bit right here. Okay, I might need to combine this with other layers to get it all the way where I want, but so far so good. Let's get this soft light up to the top here to arm 2 and add a few more touches like down here.
I want to stick my hand in the hole so badly. That I know you sold that thing that might be remotely cursed, but Iguana. It calls to me.
This hole was made for me. It's Hammy's hole. If it calls you Hammy, you should heed it. You should go. Seek the ancient, forbidden, and very cursed temple. You know where it is in your heart. Okay, how's that going compared to the sketch? Not too bad.
Gonna build a nest in there. Stash my sunflower seeds. And then me and this nameless god are gonna probably get up to some weird shit.
Honestly sounds like a plan. Shout out to pizza guy Edwin. It's very wet out. Good job, Edwin. You're saving lives out there. Okay, so we need hands. We got not that many options, but I think this one is a good one, even though it's white. So we're gonna have to do some work to get it to where we want, but maybe just applying it as a texture might work, might get away with it. Applying it as a texture means applying it as high pass after a couple filters, but we'll see. It's holding something, which I don't really care much for, but we can deal with that. We can remove that. It's not a huge deal.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna go big, and I can't think of things bigger than becoming a victim barra vessel to a god so nameless, even the ancient texts refuse to remember them. I'll be chanting the names of gods even Lovecraft never knew.
Exactly. Great way to go. Okay, so this is pretty good match for this hand. Could go here too. Actually, that might be a better fit because it's the lighting is correct. We don't have to change the lighting pretty much at all. Now, it does look very different. So let's see how we handle that. First of all, we're just going to apply this as is, and I can apply it as high pass. You know what? That's already pretty good. Obviously, it's going to need more than that. So maybe get to normal layer as a base. Just desaturated and really dark. Actually, I don't think we even need the high pass. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Better than I expected. So we're going to put this somewhere around here. Now we need another hand. We're going to give it the same treatments. Yeah, we can just use the other white stone one. Honestly, seeing that went pretty well. This is not a super good hand, honestly. This person did not go to the anatomy class that day. Why is the thumb kind of coming out of the floor? Like the thumb kind of came out of here. So not a great match for that one. This one's not bad. And it does match, right? It's kind of like doing this. So the thumbs go inwards, yeah. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Oh, the hands are not super high quality. Okay, there's an option 3. Blepedid? Blepedid? I don't know how to pronounce that. Thank you so much for that Prime sub, though. I appreciate it. Take some money away from Jeff Bezos. He's got enough. You've heard of Nyarlathotep? I hope that's another difficult one to pronounce. Get ready for whatever this is. It's 2 cops doing traffic stop in front of your building. Oh, they got the lights on and everything. I'm sorry. American Cops seem like the worst. They are scary. Not to say all cops aren't bad, it's just American cops seem especially bad. Okay, so I'm slightly editing the hand. I'm also going to give it a full finger. Two cop cars. God damn. Oh, it's color layer. Hold on. Soft light. And I'm going to generally darken the hand a little bit. I'm going to give it light from the left side. Actually, there's light coming from both sides. So yeah, probably a bit from both, but the stronger of the two lights is coming from the left side. So no, wrong. Do a levels layer. It's going to be 18024, 254. Oh, 20, 24. Okay. That's the exact same setting. I've just like put it on a layer. And that way, you can bring the thumb back from the dead. It's visible now. Okay, so we got the two hands. They more or less match. I mean, I did use the same picture for both, so obviously. Just hopefully different enough that people won't super notice. So I'm going to group that up into hands. The hands are going to need a bit of arm to fall on top of the... maybe this one doesn't, because this one is already kind of on the lip already on the edge. This one, though, going to combine with a bit of the arm textures that we have here. Both hands can have slightly different edges, and also just so it falls over the edge correctly. Let me use a different bit of this texture. Maybe like a smoother area or something. Let's see what I got. Actually, I could have used this for the center. That fit better. I'll try later, maybe. Welcome back, snakes. Oh, that sounds delicious. Bolas, how you doing? Velveta? Close enough.
This proportion feels like one of those cartoons, but it's giant and carved by means of nature. Like, that spiral just feels a little too perfect, and not in a human hands are amazing kind of job.
I like that. Okay, trying to find a smooth chunk. Actually, this maybe too smooth, but that's worth a try. Let me pick up a chunk of it and see if we can do something with it. This chunk is probably too big, but we'll do the trick. Okay, I'll mix that in with the hand. It'll actually give me slightly different textures on the palm of it or the back of it, which will distinguish it from the other hand. Since we've copy pasted things, it'll make things a little better. Okay, there we go. We got that. A little bit of texture. We got all the main elements. Now we just need to make it all feel curved enough. Make all the elements clear as to like what's on top of what. And so just a bit of lighting work. And maybe I can use the sketch directly, like a blurred version of it. Adds a little bit of help with that. Kind of get us an initial even though it's just a sketch, since I basically put things where the sketch was, it already has some like lighting baked in that we can use. At least in some areas like the shoulders here and stuff. Okay, it does help a little bit. All right, this bit here, there's like two completely mismatched textures. So I'm trying to think exactly what we can use. Maybe the beard. This guy's beard has really cool wavy textures. And this bit is a bit darker here. Has some cracks through it and everything. So let me just, let me get a quick selection. I'll keep a copy of it because I'll probably reuse it if that goes well. Oh, see you, Johnny. Sleep well. If you dream of a hole, don't fall into it. It's a rookie mistake. Yeah, that's a nice texture for the back. So the idea, I think, is to have this beard texture more or less cover this area. Select a bit more of it around the edges. And I'll simplify it, pop it, warp it, and try to make it like spiral inwards. Oh, that's good texture right there. I like that. Now, do I use this on top like a high pass? Or maybe just like that? Okay, that's pretty good. Now this whole area is whatever's under the arms. So the whole, the back, everything else inside here. So if I just work with this soft light layer, I can add shadows pretty much anywhere. So obviously inside the hands, we got two points of light, kind of competing. The main one's coming top left. Also, I did draw this. Kind of gives us, hold on. If I group this up, yes, that's the whole thing. So I'm going to call it carving. This overlay layer here, if we just push it a little bit left, temper it down a little bit, just gives us this strong reflection, kind of like in the lower bit here, which hopefully gets everything looking a little bit more similar. And the color, I'm going to have to move it as well. So I'm going to get some of these blues, kind of place them around as reflection. But it just adds a bit of color variation to things, which should help bringing everything together. So we got some floating light. Where is that coming from? What's this? Okay, if I do, there we go. No, it's not glowing anymore. I mean, we can add some glow if we want, but that was unintentional glow. Okay, so under our carving, this whole group, we can add a bit of shadow so that the overhang here fits better. Move that around a bit. Okay, we're in the soft light on top of everything. And gonna try to make the shape really clear here. So maybe we'll have to exaggerate how deep the carving goes, but if that gives us like clearer readability, I'm all for it. You know, turning a bit of a bas-relief into a more 3D, like volumetric carving, if that makes sense. But I think it'll make the piece better. Okay, I think I need to cut this layer or warp maybe? Yeah, maybe just puppet warp. There we go, because this is what we're seeing here is this shoulder, then the back, kind of twisting towards the left. So I'm getting the shoulder to pop out a little bit more. I'm lighting it in such a way that it feels like it's curving inwards a bit. Problem with that is that this area, at least in the original stone, is very well lit. Like there's just a bit of corner lighting or reflection. So you do have to keep that. We can also, of course, darken the edge here just a bit. Which we gotta be a little careful about because we do still want the stone to pop from the background. The background is black. Can always make the background white, but I don't like that. I like the black background. Could add a bit of texture to the background too. That is a possibility. Oh, I messed up. So the levels layer, okay, it needs to go here. Disable, delete. Okay, I'm gonna edit the lighting in this hand a little bit. Okay, if you see this out of context, how humanoid does it feel? Obviously it has no head, which is kind of the obvious thing, but does it feel like a twisted version of a human figure, or is it too gone into abstract for us to get that first impression of something humanoid? What do you guys think? Because obviously I know what it's supposed to be. So my perception is poisoned in this regard. Like a sarcophagus? No, this is called a kuduru. It's a sort of royal proclamation. Bit more difficult to tell. The lack of leg bits, obviously, yeah, that bit is cut off. See, maybe we make the hands more obvious. That would be a way to drive that point home. Like, don't let the hands fade too much into the background. Get some nice contrast on them. Never heard of that? Of kudurus? It's ancient Mesopotamian thing. In this case, Neo-Assyrian is the civilization we're basing this on. I'll do something here. There we go. Just change like the direction of those ridges. Like so.
I really love the notion that there are ancient warnings left behind that have some backing behind them. I've heard they actually found liquid mercury buried around the Terracotta Army in China, and a warning around the tomb talks about it.
I love that. I'm like lighting up some areas like right around the hole, which gives us like more contrast in between the hole and the surrounding area. Just makes it pop out more.
Humans be like, do not you dare. We fucking mean it. And there are times when we still take these ancient warnings seriously. I can't wait to see how these artifacts you're making give off that same energy.
Hopefully, we'll see. I mean, among this series, this is going to be the one that has the warning. This is the one that acts like as a warning sign. Below this, we're going to see the actual artifacts of the people who worshipped this god. Getting a bit more texture here, since that texture was just a bit washed out, so it's difficult to see. Okay, so hopefully the idea I'm trying to make clear now is to have the sort of humanoid shape, and where the head should be is the hole. So I'm trying to get the silhouette of the hole to be clear enough, at least like partially, by just adding a few of these, like lighting up a few of these ridges and stuff, so that you get that effect, right? Like the head, like you can still see the silhouette of the head, it's just missing. It's just spiraled inwards into a hole. The googlies. Hey, there it is. Let's just put them down in the hole, right? Down the hole they go. Like that.
I know who I'm saving layers, but I couldn't help myself. I knew it I fit in perfectly.
It's perfect. And thanks for the same reminder as well. Thank you, thank you.
Also, save your progress if you haven't already.
Okay, so what I'm doing now is trying to get the human bits to pop out as much as I can by adding a bit of light on the hands, bit of light on the arms, shoulders, and neck. Just reinforce the human bits of the shape. So hopefully by the end of it, it's just really clear that we're looking at some sort of twisted humanoid thing. Okay, I need some sort of ridge around here to kind of represent the spine. And maybe I will cut out a bit of this as well. No, I feel like it needs to be more circular. But yeah, I'll add a bit of like relief here. They're looking in different directions. It's waking up confused, exactly. Okay, let's see where we can get a bit of a ridgy texture from. Maybe this. Because one of the things about Mesopotamian gods, all the male ones, usually beards, long beards, right? It's a common thing. We don't have a beard here because we don't have a face. Also, I think adding long hair would just confuse the shape too much. But we do have the beard textures like all around. So this might, the beard might actually just be this that we're seeing around the face. Maybe this, yeah. Let me try that. So I do this. Let's see what I'm trying to do here. Kind of the spine, like the ridge that's on top of the spine. And maybe we need to put this all the way above the arms. Yeah. Obviously, we desaturate. Cut it down a little further. Rotate it, maybe? Yeah, that's better. Right, I think we got something. We got something. I definitely want to sign it in cuneiform, but we're not going to touch the cuneiform yet, because I first got to write the specific message. I then got to send it out to Brad, who can hopefully send it to some Assyriologists, translate the message to Assyrian in cuneiform scripts. And once I have the digital version of the cuneiform script, I will painstakingly, line by line, character by character, recreate it in this tablet or a similar one, and get the message actually written in Assyrian. So you could say this is sort of a placeholder, the Kuduro on the back, like the actual cuneiform carving. For now is going to be a placeholder. I don't know if I'll be able to get an Assyrian translation. I'll definitely pay whoever can make it, if they're cool enough to help with this story. But yeah, it's not 100% like a necessity here, but it would be so cool to actually make it readable in Assyrian. At least for me. For everyone else, probably not. Nobody's gonna notice. You're gonna care. God damn it, I will. I will notice. will care. It would be an achievement for sure. Okay, let me hide the googlies. We're gonna put these on top actually, because they're gonna pop all the way up at the end. Just so I can see. Okay, here we got our sketch, by the way. So, not bad, not too bad. I guess this hand was a bit bigger on the sketch, but we did get the hands of the same size. Maybe I could twist this one a bit. That might be fun though. Let me try that real quick. So if I get this, group it, that's the correct hand. You could just extend the hand. There we go. That gets us a little closer to the sketch. But yeah, after this, we're gonna do what we always do at the end. We're gonna take everything and grip it together. I'm also gonna remove all the layers we don't need, because gosh, that's a lot of them. Okay. What was the name of the guy again? This guy? Literally forbidden. It's carved out of every mention. So you'll never know. We might give it a name at some point in the story, but at this point, the name of the god is going to be completely erased from history. Oh, the guy, the archaeologist. Brad Hafford. I'm gonna show you his YouTube link. It's Artifactually Speaking. His name is Forbidden, the archaeologist, yeah. Okay, I blurred too much. Maybe just 2 pixels. The Smart Sharpen being, they're about 2 pixels as well. Let's see. I think less saturation, more vibrance, or less vibrance, more saturation. What's the way to do it? Not like this. Yeah. Then we got texture up, clarity slightly down. We got the grain back up since we blurred all of it out. Okay, we can't turn the exposure up too much because then it doesn't look like black stone anymore. What we can do is turn up the shadows if we want a bit more clarity. I don't think we need that much, but we do need some good contrast with the back. So we don't want to go too low in exposure. Okay, I don't know if I'll give it a background. I'm still 50-50 on giving it some sort of simple background or just leaving it black. The song does slap, yes. The whole album has some bangers. My favorite is I think it's the one that has Sutopolis City. Yes. You'll see it's gonna pop up next. I added it to the queue. Okay, I don't think it needs much color grading, honestly, because it's just gonna mess with the color of the stone. Maybe the highlights can have like a little bit of light blue or something, but other than that, I wouldn't change the colors too much. All right, how are we feeling about this? I guess the balance here is like how abstract to make the figure or how clear to make the humanoid part of it. I think that the darker we make this in comparison with the rest, like the more we amplify this effect, the clearer it is, because we can see the bits that pop out more. But the thing is, it still has to pop out from, like this ridge here has to pop out from above this bit. So as dark as we make this area, we got to make the whole stone underneath, right? So we'd need to make this super dark to compensate. Yeah, actually, this bridge has to be lighter than this. Which is a slight issue, because, you know, reduces our contrast a bit, but it is the realistic thing to do. Because it would catch more light than, you know, except for the shadowed areas, but it would generally catch more light than the stone below it. And the stone below it would have a bit of a shadow that I think I added some, but yeah, I should add more. Okay, so that's a little better. Where's the soft light? I guess I deleted that layer. That's fine. Oh yeah, folks, and tomorrow I'm going back again to ceramics class. I'm glad to be out of my flu for that. So I'm gonna be able to go and finish my fish. You guys see my fish? I think I posted it on... Did I post it on Blue Sky? Possibly. Let me check real quick. It was sometime last week. Oh no, I posted the sketch. I made this sketch. I'm turning that into ceramics piece. But do I have an image? Oh, I definitely have it on the Discord. Silly. Yeah, there we go. There you go. That's the process. So it's gonna hopefully look like something like this. I still haven't finished modeling it. So I need to add a bit more guts and greeblies like here and here around the eye. I need to carve the eye a little better. Get some ridges, kind of like an iris, and maybe like a hole for the pupil. Right here in the center. And then I need to do the fins. The fins, the caudal fins in the back, this one in the bottom here, or the two in the bottom, and the tail. Got some nice detailing on that. But yeah, it's pretty close to being done, I think. We'll see how I dried in the week since I haven't been here. It's a plane. Exactly. I'm trying to get... Once again, a nice edge for the actual hole. Feels like it spirals inwards a bit. Get the hands to be super clear against the background. And I think that's pretty much it. If you guys have any suggestions or comments, let me know. I think the hard bit is just getting the right balance between human figure and just how weird and abstract it looks. Let's check difference now. Got it maybe a little flatter here, but more realistic in the sense that now it feels like this felt like it was carved in and this out, and it's just a bit confusing. Now it clearly feels like this whole area is like raised up above the rest of the stone. good. Maybe I lost a bit of contrast here. Which, yeah, maybe I lost too much contrast there. All right. Hopefully that's best of both worlds. And now we compare. Yeah, that's definitely better. Again, so the whole bottom area is a little bit of a placeholder. And now, honestly, comparing it with the top area, it feels a bit too smooth, perhaps. Which again might be because this was a rougher carving, and they got the stone polished. That's the word. They got the stone polished and everything before carving into it, so it's like two different finishes. This definitely feels rougher, and so yeah, when I go down for the final, like actually writing this in Assyrian, if we could hopefully get to that, I'll probably do it using a base of rougher stone. I'm gonna make a couple notes in red. That's what I usually do, just so they're open in the document next time I see it. And just gonna write down, use rougher stone for finish, for final. Less polished. Yeah, I can always add a bit of texture right now to this, just to match, save us a bit of time. But at the end of the day, since I'm gonna have to redo it anyway for the use this, no, this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go over it again anyway for the text. So yeah, maybe this, and then we apply it as texture. And the way we add it determines like what bits of texture we get. So I can get this to just make it look a lot rougher in general. And maybe with a soft light, reduce how shiny this is. Or hold on. Gonna make a normal layer. Gonna use some of the neutral stone. Right over here, which I'm gonna apply only where the underlying layer is bright. Then we're going to maybe multiply it. Just reduce the fill a little bit. It makes things a lot harder to read. Unless I go like fully the other way. Nah. I mean, what I can do is get actual written bits like that. That's a lazy way, I guess. Lazy but effective. Since it is a placeholder for the text, getting something like this will just let us reduce how shiny the stone is. Get it all more or less at the same level of roughness. Which helps a bit, but obviously, you know, it will be redone. So that area is left purposefully unfinished. Oh, I think my chat died for a minute. Let me see what I missed. Oh, there you are. I hope literally all of you are able to keep cooled off and hydrated. Yes! Get a big water bottle. A big metal water bottle. Fill it with cool water. You can drink it throughout the day. Yeah, it definitely feels better with rougher texture overall, because now the two bits match a lot better. We got some more shadow on it. Like right there. What is this layer? It's empty. Always good to remove empty layers. There. A lot nicer. Haha. Alright, I think we got a result that I'm happy with. That still needs that little bit of cleanup after I get the text on, but that might be for the very end. So for now, this is a good tone setter of the whole series. We got the strange carving, the strange warning carved on top of a statue of a god that is completely unknown and that is ordered to be absolutely forgotten. So, well, a little tone setter for the entire story. And yeah, that's quite nice, I think. Hope you guys like it. Let's get it a little bit brighter, so it pops against the background more. And okay. Alright, without the highlights. but with higher exposure. There we go. Anyway, that I think will do it for us tonight. What time is it? 4-hour stream. It's a pretty tight stream. A lot of it was just looking for an image, for the images, but getting them together was easier because I already had everything like spaced out and planned on my sketch. So it was good to sort of pre-plan this one. Yeah, and this will be the first bit. We'll see over the coming weeks. We'll keep working on the following parts. Maybe not chronologically, but we'll keep working on different bits of the series until we got most of them. The start was delayed for like 30-40 minutes. I was finishing something before the stream. Yeah, we got another stream on Friday. Friday's stream is actually going to start earlier. Because I do want to sleep a little bit more. I got my mom's birthday the following day, and we're going to go out for lunch and stuff. So I don't want to go to bed super late. So, yeah, that's gonna be Friday night. Oh yeah, Friday night on that stream, we're gonna be working on finishing a Megalomorph part that was left like nearly finished last year. So I do want to get it done because we're pretty close, and it's the one with the big grub that people are worshipping, the big beetle in the shrine, and the grubs in the pond. So we got one more piece to do for that, which is right at the very, very end of that story. It's going to be the ruins of a shrine, among which can be seen a strange statue. And the statue is, of course, the pupa of the grub that would never grow. So that's what we got in store, folks. Big grub. And hopefully with that, I only got some auxiliary pictures to do. Like some more regular day-to-day pictures, which I can just take from the internet. Like I might not even need to edit them at all. Which maybe we will have time to do on Friday if we don't run super late with the other one. And otherwise we'll maybe set up a day next week to just like finish that and some other bits and bobs. And yeah, that's the idea. And then it's just like finishing up the writing and that whole part of the series will be finished. That whole chapter of the Megalomorpha series. So we'll have something new Megalomorpha to post. Which will be nice, because on the 25th of April, that's next Saturday, will be the anniversary of the very first part of Megalomorpha, and that's the anniversary of me starting to do horror, which I think is 6 years. Yeah, I did 5 years last year. I don't know if I'll do anything special for that Friday stream, if I stream that Friday, but it would be nice to post a new Megalomorpha part on the anniversary, because that's the thing, same thing I did last year. The stream helped you study? I'm glad. You should watch the other VOD in the channel to study. I mean, if it helps you, I know a lot of people are helps them concentrate to have like someone working next to them. So yeah, do you know we got all the VODs on the YouTube channel now? Because they used to be all on Twitch, but then Twitch made it really annoying to save VODs. Like they only gave you a limit of 100 hours, so my years and years of VODs were going to be lost. So before this happened, I managed to save all of them and post them to a YouTube channel, which I posted over time. And I'm gonna get you guys a link. Actually, do I have a VOD? Yeah, there you go. There's the link in the posted by Nightbot there, youtube.com/ at ValdiviaLive. And yeah, every stream I've done, with some exception of the streams that got corrupted, unfortunately, like a handful of them, I mean, 5 or so streams got corrupted, and some very, very old ones that were deleted on the Twitch. So those have been lost, but it's a small percentage, thankfully. The rest have been saved forever. So yeah, it's the best way to catch up with VODs, and yeah, you can scroll down. You got years and years worth. Yeah, it's fun. It's always fun to have an archive, because then you'll get the occasional person who's like, oh, clearly you're making this with AI, and I can just literally get them a video of me making it, like, start to finish, which is always such a good own. Especially when they insist, no, I can tell, it's clearly AI. I'm like, you sure? And you just link them a video. It's the best comeback. And if you ever see that around the internet, you're free to do that comeback. You're free to, if you see someone in my replies going like, this is clearly AI, go to the VOD channel and find them the video. It'll be great. Always makes you feel like you won the argument instantly. Anyway, yeah, that'll be that for today, folks. Bean says goodbye from there. I don't want to wake him up because he's sleeping so peacefully out there in the corner. So, Bean says hi from there. Yeah, y'all, I will see you again on Friday, 1 hour earlier than today. Actually, 1.5 or so hours earlier than today. We're going to be working on that Megalomorpha piece, hopefully finishing the Shinto Shrine story. And yeah, then I'll be out for the weekend, and we'll be back on hopefully next Monday. So, folks, I will see you on Friday. Until then, take care.